Tonight, I want you to imagine something very gentle. What if you have been fighting a battle that no longer needs to be fought? Not with the world, not with other people, but within yourself. Perhaps you have been arguing silently with your thoughts, criticizing your decisions, replaying mistakes, trying to become a slightly better version before allowing yourself to rest. The mind can be a strict judge. It keeps score. It compares. It demands improvement. But the body simply breathes. Take a slow breath in and let it go softly. Notice that your lungs do not criticize the air. They receive it. What if tonight you did not try to fix yourself? What if you allowed yourself to be unfinished and still worthy of rest? In Buddhist teaching, struggle does not come only from pain. It comes from resistance, from pushing against what is already here. So tonight, we will explore 6 new stories. Stories of people who fought themselves quietly until they discovered that gentleness changes everything. Let your shoulders soften. Let your breath grow steady. You do not need to win anything tonight. You only need to rest. We begin with a story about a sculptor who tried to carve away every flaw until he realized he was chipping away at his own peace. Story 1. The Sculptor Who Never Finished. In a quiet town known for its artisans, there lived a sculptor named Cassian. Cassian was talented. His hands were precise. His eye for detail unmatched. People admired the statues he created, figures carved from marble, expressions so lifelike they seemed ready to breathe. But Cassian was never satisfied. He saw imperfections where others saw beauty. A curve too sharp, a line too uneven, a surface not smooth enough. Even after months of work, he would continue chiseling, adjusting, refining. He rarely declared a piece complete. He believed that perfection was just one more correction away. Perhaps you recognize this. The belief that you are one more improvement away from being enough. One more adjustment. One more achievement. One more correction. Take a slow breath in and release it gently. Cassian worked long hours in his studio. Dust filled the air. Small fragments of stone scattered across the floor. Friends encouraged him to display his work in larger cities. But he hesitated. "It's not ready," he would say. Months passed, then years. Statues accumulated in the studio, nearly finished, but never complete. One afternoon, an elderly woman entered his workshop. She walked slowly between the sculptures, touching them lightly. "They are beautiful," she said softly. Cassian frowned. "They still have flaws," he replied. The woman smiled. "Everything does." He shook his head. "You don't understand. I can see what needs fixing." The woman paused in front of a statue of a young dancer. The figure's expression held both joy and uncertainty. "What would happen," she asked gently, "if you stopped carving?" Cassian looked confused. "It would remain imperfect." The woman nodded. "And if you continue carving forever?" He hesitated. "It might break." The studio fell quiet. Cassian had never considered that possibility. In trying to eliminate every flaw, he risked destroying the whole. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are still carving yourself, still correcting, still adjusting, still chiseling away at who you are. Gently take a breath. You are not a project to complete before sleep. In the next part of his story, Cassian will discover that sometimes stopping is the final act of creation. For now, let your body grow heavier. Nothing needs refinement in this moment. That evening, after the elderly woman left, Cassian stood alone in his studio. Dust floated gently through the fading light. The statues stood in quiet rows around him, almost complete, almost perfect, almost enough. He walked toward the statue of the dancer. Her marble face held a softness he had carved months ago. Her posture was balanced between motion and stillness. He lifted his chisel automatically. His eyes narrowed. There, a slight unevenness in the shoulder, a line that could be refined. His hand tightened around the tool. Then he paused. What would happen if you stopped carving? The question echoed again in his mind. He imagined continuing as he always had. One more strike, then another, then another. He had broken pieces before, not dramatically, but subtly. A delicate finger chipped too sharply, a curve overcorrected. Each time, he had felt both frustration and shame. And still he continued, because perfection felt close, always close, never arrived. He lowered the chisel slowly. For the first time in years, he stepped back from his work instead of leaning closer. He studied the statue from a distance. The small imperfection in the shoulder no longer screamed at him. It simply existed. And something unexpected happened. The statue looked alive, not flawless. Alive. The slight irregularity made it human, real. He realized that what he had been chasing was not beauty. It was control. If he could eliminate every flaw in stone, perhaps he could silence the voice inside him that whispered, "You are not enough." He had been carving marble, but also carving himself, correcting, adjusting, trying to sculpt away every perceived weakness. The elderly woman had not criticized his work. She had questioned his struggle. He walked slowly around the studio. Each statue told the same story. Brilliance touched by restlessness. Talent wrapped in tension. He placed the chisel on the table. The sound echoed softly, and for the first time, he left the studio before sunset. The next morning, he returned. The dancer stood exactly as he had left her. Imperfect, unchanged, whole. His chest felt tight as he approached her. The old impulse rose again. Fix it, refine it, improve it. But instead of obeying, he placed his hand gently against the cool marble. He closed his eyes. He felt the smoothness, the shape, the presence. He whispered quietly, "Enough." The word felt foreign, almost uncomfortable, but also freeing. Over the next days, he practiced restraint. He chose one statue and declared it finished, not because it was flawless, but because it was complete enough. He delivered it to the town square. People gathered. They admired it openly. No one pointed out the minor unevenness he had obsessed over. No one criticized the tiny, irregular line. They saw the whole, and the whole moved them. Cassian stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. A strange warmth filled his chest. Not pride, relief. He had not broken the statue by stopping. He had allowed it to live. And in doing so, he felt something soften inside himself. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are still chiseling yourself, correcting small details no one else sees, demanding refinement before allowing rest. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. What if you stopped carving tonight? What if you allowed yourself to be complete enough? Cassian continued sculpting, but differently. He worked with care, but not obsession. When a piece reached a natural resting point, he stepped back. He trusted the wholeness instead of chasing perfection. And gradually, his work felt lighter. So did his mind. He understood now that perfection is endless. But peace comes from stopping. Tonight, you do not need to improve yourself. You do not need to smooth every edge. You do not need to correct every thought. You are complete enough to rest. Let that settle into your body. Let your muscles loosen. Let your breathing slow. We now move gently into our second story, about a runner who pushed himself to outrun his own doubt until he discovered that slowing down revealed strength he had never noticed. Let your body grow heavier. Story 2: The Runner Who Feared Slowing Down. In a city where competition shaped nearly every conversation, there lived a runner named Adrian. Adrian did not begin running for fame. He began because movement quieted his mind. When his feet struck the ground in steady rhythm, his thoughts aligned. When his lungs expanded with effort, his worries faded. Running felt like clarity, but over time, clarity turned into pressure. He began entering races, winning some, losing others. Each victory raised expectations. Each loss tightened his jaw. Soon, running was no longer about rhythm. It was about speed, faster times, longer distances, stronger performance. He trained relentlessly. If he felt tired, he pushed harder. If his legs ached, he ignored it. If his body asked for rest, he answered with discipline, because somewhere deep inside, he feared something simple. If he slowed down, he would fall behind. Behind whom? He could not say. But the fear was constant. Perhaps you recognize this. The belief that slowing down means losing ground, that rest equals weakness, that pausing means failure. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how your breath slows naturally when your body rests. It does not compete. Adrian's schedule became relentless. Early morning runs, evening strength sessions, strict diet, precise metrics. He tracked every heartbeat, every stride length, every second shaved from his time, and yet, satisfaction never lasted. If he improved, it felt insufficient. If he plateaued, it felt threatening. One afternoon, during a long training run, he felt a sharp pain in his knee. He kept going. He always kept going. But the pain grew, not unbearable, but insistent. His body was speaking, and he refused to listen. Days later, the pain forced him to stop. Not dramatically, but firmly. A doctor confirmed what he already sensed. "You need rest," she said. Adrian felt panic. Rest meant losing progress. Rest meant others advancing. Rest meant vulnerability. He returned home with instructions to avoid running for several weeks. The silence that followed was louder than any race. No footsteps, no measured pace, no clock ticking against his performance. Just stillness. In the next part of his story, Adrian will discover that the fear of slowing down hides something deeper, a fear of meeting himself without motion. For now, let your own body soften. You do not need to run anywhere tonight. You are allowed to rest without losing anything. The first week, without running felt unbearable. Adrian woke at his usual hour before sunrise. His body expected movement. His muscles twitched with habit. But there were no shoes to lace, no route to follow, no distance to measure. He stood by the window instead, watching the sky gradually lighten. The city stirred slowly beneath him. Other runners passed along the street below. Their steady rhythm echoed faintly. His chest tightened. "They're getting stronger," his mind whispered. "You're getting weaker." He felt restless, irritated, useless. Without motion, he did not know who he was. He tried replacing running with intense upper body workouts, but the doctor had been clear: real rest, not redirected strain. So reluctantly, he sat. At first, sitting felt like failure. His thoughts grew louder in the stillness. Doubts surfaced that he had always outrun. What if you're only valuable when you win? What if slowing down reveals you're ordinary? What if you're not as strong as you thought? He had used speed as armor. As long as he moved forward quickly, he did not have to face insecurity. But now, without movement, those insecurities stood directly in front of him. One afternoon, he limped into a small park near his home. He sat on a bench, watching children run freely across the grass. They were not racing. They were not measuring time. They stumbled. They laughed. They stopped suddenly, then started again. Running, in its simplest form, was play, not pressure, not proof. He realized something quietly painful. He had turned something he loved into something he feared losing. He had equated slowing down with disappearing. But watching those children, he saw that movement did not require competition. It required presence. As you lie here tonight, notice if you fear slowing down. Notice if you believe that rest will erase your progress. Take a slow breath in and let it go softly. Nothing essential disappears when you pause. In the second week, Adrian began walking short distances, not to train, just to move gently. He paid attention to sensations he had ignored for years: the way his feet touched the ground, the rhythm of his breathing without urgency, the subtle shifts in balance with each step. He noticed that even walking had a rhythm, slower, softer, but steady. His knee began healing. But more importantly, something inside him began healing too. The constant tension to outperform, the fear of being surpassed, the belief that speed defined him. One evening, sitting quietly at home, he realized something surprising. He had never actually fallen behind. He had been chasing an invisible finish line in his own mind. There was no universal race, no final comparison, just moments unfolding. In the next part of his story, Adrian will return to running, but not as before. This time, he will discover that slowing down does not weaken him, it deepens him. For now, let your body sink deeper into rest. There is no race here, no timer counting, just breath, just stillness. After several weeks, the doctor cleared Adrian to begin running again. Slowly, she emphasized. The word lingered in his mind. Slowly. The first morning he laced his shoes again. He felt both excitement and caution. The air was cool, the streets quiet. He began with a light jog. His instinct was to accelerate, to test his limits, to prove he had not lost strength. But he resisted. He kept his pace gentle, measured, intentional. At first, it felt almost frustrating. He could run faster, he knew it. But as he continued, something unexpected happened. He noticed details he had missed for years. The subtle warmth of sunlight rising over rooftops, the sound of his breath sinking naturally with his stride, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat without strain. He realized that when he ran too fast, he experienced less. He was always focused on the next split time, the next mile marker, the next improvement. Now, running slowly, he felt present, not pressured, not chased, present. He began incorporating slower runs intentionally into his training, not as weakness, but as foundation. His endurance improved, his injuries decreased, but more importantly, his relationship with running changed. He no longer feared slowing down. He understood that speed without awareness leads to exhaustion, but rhythm with awareness builds strength. One afternoon, during a race months later, he found himself nearing the finish line. The crowd cheered. Competitors pushed hard around him. For a moment, the old impulse surged. Push harder. Prove yourself. But instead of chasing the urge blindly, he checked in with his body, his breath, his balance, his rhythm. He ran with steadiness rather than desperation. And when he crossed the finish line, the result felt different. It was not about placement. It was about alignment. He had not outrun his doubt. He had met it. And in meeting it, he softened it. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are running internally, chasing improvement, measuring yourself against invisible standards. Take a slow breath in and let it out fully. There is no finish line here, no competition in the dark. You do not lose value when you slow down. You gain awareness. Adrian learned that slowing down did not erase his strength. It revealed it Strength was not constant acceleration, it was sustainability. And sustainability begins with listening. Tonight, you do not need to move faster. You do not need to prove anything. Let your breath set the pace. Let your body rest without fear of falling behind. We now move gently into our third story, about a woman who tried to silence her inner critic with force until she discovered that kindness quiets more than discipline ever could. Let your body grow heavier. Story 3: The Voice. She tried to silence. In a quiet apartment overlooking a crowded street lived a woman named Alara. Alara was accomplished, responsible, capable. From the outside, her life appeared steady and well managed. But inside, her mind lived a voice, a constant one. It commented on everything she did. That wasn't good enough. You should have done better. Why did you say that? You're falling short. The voice was not loud in volume, but it was relentless. It appeared when she woke up. It followed her to work. It lingered as she lay down at night. At first, she believed the voice was helpful. It pushed her to improve. It kept her disciplined. It motivated her to prepare thoroughly and avoid mistakes. But over time, she noticed something troubling. No matter how much she achieved, the voice never softened. If she succeeded, it said she could have done more. If she failed, it said she proved its point. There was no winning. Perhaps you recognize this voice, not someone else's, your own. The internal critic that believes harshness leads to growth. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how your breath does not criticize itself for being shallow or deep. It simply moves. One evening, after a long day at work, Alara sat at her desk reviewing a presentation she had delivered. Her colleagues had praised it. Her manager had approved it. But the voice replayed one small moment when she stumbled over a word. Unprofessional, it whispered. Embarrassing. She closed her laptop sharply. Stop, she muttered aloud. For the first time, she addressed the voice directly, but it did not stop. In fact, it grew sharper. You can't even control your own thoughts. Frustrated, she tried drowning it out with distractions, music, television, scrolling through messages. But when the distractions ended, the voice returned, stronger. She began researching ways to silence self-criticism, positive affirmations, strict mental discipline, forcing optimistic thoughts. But each time she tried to suppress the critic, it pushed back harder, like pressure building under a sealed lid. One night, exhausted from the internal battle, she sat quietly on her bed. The room was dim. The city outside hummed faintly. The voice began again. You didn't accomplish enough today. Instead of arguing, instead of resisting, she did something different. She listened, not obediently, but curiously. Where was this voice coming from? Why was it so insistent? As you lie here tonight, notice if you fight your own thoughts. Notice how exhausting that struggle can be. Gently take a breath. You do not need to silence anything right now. In the next part of her story, Alara will discover that the voice she tried to eliminate is not an enemy, but a frightened part of her asking for something unexpected. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to argue with yourself in the dark. Alara remained seated on the edge of her bed. The room was dim, illuminated only by a faint glow from the street outside. The voice returned, "You should have prepared more." Normally, she would respond immediately, argue with it, defend herself, or try to drown it out. But this time, she did something unfamiliar. She asked quietly inside her mind, "What are you trying to protect me from?" The question surprised her. The voice paused, not gone, just quieter. She felt foolish at first, speaking internally to something she had spent years trying to eliminate, but she stayed with it. Another thought surfaced. If I don't push you, you'll fail. The tone was still critical, but beneath it, she sensed fear. She realized the voice did not hate her. It feared for her. It believed that constant pressure would prevent rejection, prevent embarrassment, prevent abandonment. Somewhere in her past, she remembered a time when mistakes were not met with gentleness, when criticism came quickly, when approval felt conditional. She had internalized that tone, adopted it, believing that if she criticized herself first, no one else could hurt her as deeply. The voice had become a shield, a harsh one, but a shield nonetheless. As you lie here tonight, notice if your inner critic sounds familiar. Perhaps it echoes someone from long ago. Perhaps it formed when you were younger, trying to stay safe. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Harshness often hides fear. Alara closed her eyes. She imagined the voice not as a faceless force, but as a younger version of herself, small, anxious, trying desperately to get things right, trying to avoid disappointment, trying to earn love. The thought softened her chest. Instead of saying, "Stop," she whispered internally, "I see you." The voice did not vanish, but its intensity decreased. It spoke again. "You'll mess up." And instead of fighting it, she responded quietly, "Maybe sometimes, and that's okay." There was a long silence after that. not empty, but spacious. She realized that the battle had kept the voice alive. Resistance had fueled it, but curiosity softened it. She began practicing this during the day. When she made a minor mistake and the voice surged, so careless, she paused. "What are you afraid of?" she asked inwardly. Often, the answer was simple: being judged, being left out, not being enough. These fears were deeply human. They did not require punishment. They required reassurance. In the next part of her story, Ilara will discover that kindness does not weaken discipline. It strengthens resilience in ways criticism never could. For now, let your breath grow slower. Notice your own inner tone. If it is sharp, let it soften just a little. You do not need to silence it tonight, only to listen gently. Over the next several weeks, Ilara continued her quiet experiment. She did not try to eliminate the inner critic. She did not try to overpower it with forced positivity. Instead, she changed her posture toward it. When the voice whispered, "You're not doing enough," she responded, "You're worried I won't succeed." When it said, "You embarrassed yourself," she replied, "You're afraid others will judge me." The tone of her responses was not sarcastic, not dismissive, gentle, patient. Something remarkable began to happen. The critic no longer needed to shout, because it felt heard. Ilara noticed that the voice appeared most strongly when she was tired, or uncertain, or stepping into something new. It was not constant cruelty. It was activated fear, and fear, when met with understanding, softened. One afternoon, she presented a new idea in a meeting. Halfway through, she lost her place briefly. The old surge came instantly, unprepared. But instead of spiraling, she took a slow breath. She felt her feet on the ground. She continued speaking calmly. After the meeting, the voice returned, quieter now. "You could have done better." She placed her hand lightly against her chest and whispered internally, "Thank you for trying to protect me." There was a long pause, then silence. Not the heavy silence of suppression, but the soft silence of completion. For the first time in years, she walked home without replaying every sentence she had spoken. She noticed the sky, the rhythm of her steps, the subtle ease in her shoulders. She realized something deeply liberating. The voice had never been the enemy. The war had been. The more she fought herself, the louder the conflict became. The more she listened with kindness, the quieter everything felt. As you lie here tonight, notice the tone inside your own mind. If it is harsh, imagine softening it slightly, not by force, but by warmth. What if the voice that criticizes you is simply afraid? What if it believes pressure is protection? Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. You do not need to discipline yourself into worthiness. You are already worthy of rest. Alara still had thoughts of doubt. She was human, but they no longer dominated her. When insecurity arose, she met it with compassion. When fear surfaced, she acknowledged it. And when mistakes happened, she allowed them without self-punishment. Her productivity did not decline. Her growth did not stop. In fact, she became more confident, because confidence rooted in kindness is steadier than confidence rooted in fear. She learned that silence in the mind does not come from suppression. It comes from acceptance. Tonight, you do not need to correct yourself. You do not need to improve your thoughts. You do not need to argue internally. Let the voice rest. Let the breath guide you. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. The struggle softens when the resistance softens, and you are allowed to be at peace with yourself. Now, we move gently into our fourth story, about a man who tried to control every outcome in his life, until he discovered that uncertainty is not a threat, but a doorway. Let your body grow heavier. Let your mind settle. Story 4. The Man Who Needed Guarantees. In a quiet suburb lined with identical houses lived a man named Victor. Victor valued certainty. He read contracts carefully. He planned vacations months in advance. He checked weather forecasts repeatedly before leaving home. He kept backup plans for his backup plans. From the outside, he appeared organized, responsible, prepared, and in many ways, he was. But beneath his careful structure lived a constant tension. He did not simply prefer certainty. He depended on it. If plans changed unexpectedly, his chest tightened. If someone gave an unclear answer, he grew restless. If the future felt undefined, anxiety crept in quickly. He believed that control kept him safe. That preparation prevented pain. That guarantees were the only stable ground. Perhaps you recognize this, the need to know how things will turn out, the discomfort when answers are incomplete. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the next breath is never guaranteed, and yet it arrives. Victor's need for certainty intensified after a difficult experience years earlier. An investment had failed. A relationship had ended suddenly. Both had caught him off guard. He had not seen them coming. He had felt foolish, exposed, unprepared, and so he built a new rule for himself. never be surprised again. He researched extensively before making decisions. He avoided risks unless outcomes were predictable. He asked detailed questions in conversations, sometimes so many that others grew uncomfortable. He believed he was being responsible, but slowly his world became smaller. Opportunities that required uncertainty were declined. Spontaneous invitations were postponed. Conversations that did not offer clear answers were cut short. Life narrowed into what he could calculate. One evening, a close friend invited him to consider moving to a new city for a shared project. It could be meaningful, his friend said. Victor's first question was immediate. What are the exact guarantees? His friend laughed softly. There aren't any, she replied. Victor felt the familiar tightening in his stomach. No guarantees meant risk. Risk meant possible pain. But something about the invitation lingered. That night, lying in bed, he replayed the conversation. His mind searched for certainty, projected scenarios, calculated outcomes. But the more he tried to predict the future, the more restless he became. He realized something quietly uncomfortable. He was not seeking clarity. He was seeking immunity from disappointment. As you lie here tonight, notice if you crave guarantees. Notice how exhausting it is to demand certainty from an uncertain world. Gently take a breath. Inhale, exhale. The future has always been unknown. In the next part of his story, Victor will face a moment where his need for guarantees collides with reality, and he will begin to understand that uncertainty is not the enemy he believed it to be. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to solve tomorrow. A few weeks after the invitation, Victor met his friend again for coffee. The proposal still lingered between them. "So," she asked gently, "have you decided?" Victor exhaled slowly. "I need more information," he said. "About what?" she asked. "The funding stability, the housing market, the long-term viability, the exit strategy if it fails." She listened patiently. Then she said something simple. "If we wait for certainty, we'll never move." Victor felt irritation rise. "That's irresponsible," he replied. She tilted her head slightly. "Or human." The word stayed with him. Human, not guaranteed, not immune, human. That evening, Victor walked home slowly. He passed a small playground where children ran in unpredictable patterns. They changed direction without warning, laughed without calculating outcomes, fell, got up, tried again. None of them demanded certainty before moving. They moved and adjusted. Victor realized something subtle. His fear was not truly about failure. It was about losing control. He believed that if he could anticipate every possibility, he could avoid emotional pain. But pain had found him before. Despite his precautions, despite his intelligence, despite his planning. And in truth, the most painful experiences of his life had not destroyed him. They had reshaped him. He remembered the failed investment, the shame he felt, the sleepless nights. But he also remembered what followed: new skills learned, stronger boundaries developed, deeper humility gained. He remembered the relationship that ended, the loneliness, the confusion, but also the clarity that emerged afterward about what he needed, about who he was. He began to question something he had never questioned before. What if uncertainty was not a threat, but a teacher? As you lie here tonight, notice how much of your stress comes from trying to predict what cannot be predicted. Notice how the body tightens when the mind demands guarantees. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. The next breath is not promised, and yet you trust it enough to relax into sleep. Victor sat at his desk later that night and wrote 2 columns on a piece of paper. On one side, he listed what he could control: his effort, his attitude, his willingness to learn. On the other side, he listed what he could not: economic shifts, other people's choices, unexpected events. The second column was longer. It always had been. But for the first time, he did not try to shrink it. He simply looked at it and allowed it to exist. The world was uncertain. It always had been. His need for guarantees had not made it safer. It had only made him tense. In the next part of his story, Victor will take a step without guarantees and discover that peace does not come from certainty, but from trust. For now, let your breathing soften. You do not need every answer tonight. Uncertainty can wait until morning. The decision did not come dramatically. There was no sudden surge of courage, no moment of absolute clarity. Instead, it arrived quietly. Victor sat at his kitchen table early one morning. Sunlight filtered softly through the window. The world outside was beginning its day. He looked again at the 2 columns he had written the night before. Control, no control. He noticed something new. In the column of control, one word stood out more clearly than the others: trust. Not trust in outcomes, not trust that everything would succeed, but trust in himself. Trust that if something went wrong, he could respond. He had survived disappointment before. He had endured uncertainty before. He had grown through unpredictability before. He had never truly needed guarantees. He had needed resilience, and resilience had already been built. Slowly, through every challenge he had once feared. He picked up his phone and called his friend. "I don't have guarantees," he said calmly. "Neither do I," she replied. He took a breath. "I'll do it." The words felt both terrifying and liberating. There was still uncertainty, still unknowns, still potential risk, but there was also aliveness, possibility, movement. Over the next months, as he transitioned into the new city and project, moments of doubt returned. Unexpected obstacles arose. Funding wavered. Plans shifted. The old urge for guarantees whispered again. "This is unstable. This is risky." But instead of spiraling, he practiced something new. He paused. He asked himself, "What is needed right now?" Sometimes the answer was action. Sometimes it was patience. Sometimes it was acceptance. But it was never certainty. Certainty was no longer the goal. Stability came not from predicting the future, but from standing steadily in the present. One evening, walking through unfamiliar streets in his new city, he noticed something subtle. The air felt different, the sounds unfamiliar, the rhythm of life slightly altered. And instead of tightening against it, he felt curious. He was living inside uncertainty, and he was okay. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are waiting for guarantees before allowing yourself to relax. Notice if your mind says, "Once I know for sure, then I'll rest." But life has never offered sure things, not truly. And yet, you are here, breathing, surviving, growing. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Victor learned that uncertainty is not the absence of safety. It is the presence of possibility. Guarantees create small rooms. Trust opens doors. He did not become reckless. He did not abandon responsibility. He simply released the demand that the future prove itself before he lived it. Tonight, you do not need to guarantee tomorrow. You do not need to secure every outcome. You can rest without certainty. The unknown will still be there in the morning. But for now, you are safe in this breath. Let your body grow heavy. Let your thoughts slow. We now move gently into our fifth story, about a woman who tried to erase her past mistakes until she discovered that healing comes not from erasing, but from embracing. Let your breathing soften. Story 5. The pages she wanted to tear out. In a quiet apartment filled with neatly arranged books, lived a woman named Mara. Mara loved order. She kept her shelves organized by color, her desk clear of clutter, her schedule carefully planned. But there was one place she could not organize: her past. There were memories she wished she could remove, decisions she regretted, words she wished she had never spoken, moments when she had acted out of fear or pride or confusion. If life were a book, she often thought, there were pages she would tear out completely. Embarrassing chapters, painful paragraphs, unfinished conversations. She replayed them at night, rewriting them mentally, imagining better responses, smarter choices, kinder reactions. The mind became an editor, constantly revising what could no longer be changed. Perhaps you recognize this, the desire to undo what has already happened, the longing to correct yesterday before allowing yourself peace today. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how the breath does not try to return to the previous inhale. It moves forward naturally. Mara's regrets were not dramatic tragedies. They were ordinary human mistakes: trusting the wrong person, avoiding a difficult conversation, choosing comfort over courage. But to her, they felt heavy, proof that she had been flawed, proof that she had failed. She believed that if she could mentally fix those moments, she would feel lighter. So, she rehearsed, apologized internally, defended herself in imaginary conversations, argued with memories. But the past did not change, and the more she fought it, the more present it felt. One evening, while reorganizing her bookshelf yet again, she came across an old journal. Its pages were slightly worn, the handwriting inside younger, more uncertain. She flipped through it slowly, reading entries written years ago, dreams she had once held, fears she had once carried. She noticed something surprising. The person who had written those words felt familiar and distant at the same time. She could see clearly now why she had made certain choices, why she had hesitated, why she had misunderstood. She had been doing the best she could with the awareness she had then. The realization unsettled her, because if that was true, then perhaps tearing out the pages would mean tearing out growth. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is a memory you try to avoid. Notice if there is a version of yourself you silently reject. Gently take a breath. You are not required to erase your history to be worthy of rest. In the next part of her story, Mara will begin to see that the pages she wanted to remove are the very pages that shaped her wisdom. For now, let your body soften. The book of your life does not need editing tonight. Mara sat on the floor with the journal resting in her lap. The room was quiet. Dust floated gently in the late afternoon light. She continued turning the pages slowly. Some entries made her smile. Others made her wince. There was one particular memory she had replayed for years. A friendship she had ended abruptly. Words spoken too sharply. Silence that followed. She had always labeled that chapter as failure. Proof that she was careless with people she cared about. But reading her younger handwriting, she noticed something she had overlooked before. The exhaustion in her words. The confusion. The longing to be understood. She had not acted out of cruelty. She had acted out of overwhelm. At the time, she did not know how to ask for space gently. She did not know how to express vulnerability without defensiveness. She only knew how to protect herself. And protection sometimes looks like withdrawal, or sharpness, or silence. She closed the journal briefly and pressed her hand against its cover. For years, she had judged her past self as though she should have known more, been wiser, been calmer. But growth does not happen once. Wisdom is not installed overnight. It forms slowly, through trial, through mistake, through reflection. As you lie here tonight, notice if you hold your past self to the standards of your present awareness. Notice if you expect the old version of you to have known what you only learned later. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Mara reopened the journal and read another entry. This one described a job she had once left impulsively. She remembered the shame she had carried afterward, the fear that she had sabotaged her own stability. But reading her own words from that time, she saw the anxiety she had been living with daily, the tension, the sleepless nights. She had not been reckless. She had been trying to survive. The perspective softened her. She realized something quietly profound. The past cannot be edited, but it can be understood. And understanding changes its weight. Instead of tearing pages out, she began imagining something different. What if each difficult page were underlined not in shame, but in compassion? What if instead of crossing out mistakes, she wrote small notes in the margins? You were learning. You were afraid. You did not know yet. Her chest felt lighter as she imagined this. The memories did not disappear, but they lost their sharp edges. She had spent years trying to erase her history. But erasure is violence against growth. In the next part of her story, Mara will discover that when she stops fighting her past, she gains access to something far more powerful than regret: self-forgiveness. For now, let your breathing slow. There is nothing from yesterday that needs to be corrected tonight. You are allowed to rest, even with an unfinished history. Mara did not finish reading the journal in one sitting. Instead, she returned to it slowly over the next several days. Each time, she approached it differently, not as a critic, but as a witness. She began noticing patterns, moments where she had acted out of insecurity, times she had chosen silence instead of honesty, decisions made from fear rather than clarity. But she also saw resilience, courage she had overlooked, small acts of kindness she had forgotten, attempts to grow, attempts to repair, attempts to understand herself. The past was not a single mistake. It was a landscape, complex, layered, human. One evening, she reached an entry written shortly after the painful friendship had ended. She had written, "I hope one day I understand why I reacted this way." Mara paused. Years had passed since those words were written, and now, sitting in the quiet of her living room, she whispered softly, "You were overwhelmed, and you didn't know how to say it." Tears formed gently, not dramatic, not heavy, just honest. For the first time, she felt something different than regret: compassion. She imagined her younger self sitting across from her, anxious, unsure, trying to protect her heart. Instead of criticizing her, she said internally, "You were doing the best you could with what you knew." The sentence felt simple, but powerful. She realized she had been demanding perfection from a version of herself who was still learning. No child expects to walk flawlessly the first time they stand. Yet she had expected her younger self to navigate complex emotions without stumbling. That was not wisdom. That was harshness. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are still punishing yourself for something old. Notice if you replay a scene again and again, hoping to change it. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. The past cannot be edited, but it can be embraced. Mara closed the journal and placed it back on the shelf. Not hidden, not displayed dramatically, simply returned to its place. The pages remained intact, unchanged, but her relationship with them had shifted. They were no longer proof of failure. They were evidence of evolution. Every mistake had shaped her understanding. Every regret had sharpened her awareness. Every painful chapter had expanded her empathy. She understood now that tearing out pages would leave gaps, and those gaps would erase growth. Healing was not about deletion. It was about integration. Tonight, you do not need to correct your history. You do not need to rewrite yesterday. You are allowed to rest with the story exactly as it is. Incomplete, messy, beautiful. Let your body grow heavier. Let your breathing deepen. You are not your worst moment. You are not your sharpest word. You are not your most fearful decision. You are the one who has learned, and learning is enough. Now, we gently move into our sixth and final story before closing, about a man who searched for meaning everywhere outside himself until he discovered that meaning grows quietly within still attention. Let your body soften even more. Story 6. The meaning he could not find. In a city filled with endless opportunity lived a man named Rowan. Rowan was thoughtful, curious, driven by a quiet question that had followed him since his youth. What is the point of all this? He had achieved what many would consider success: a stable career, comfortable living, recognition from peers. Yet something inside him felt unfinished, as though he were standing in the middle of a story without understanding its direction. So he began searching. He read philosophy, listened to lectures, attended retreats, traveled to distant places. Each new experience gave him a temporary spark of clarity, but the spark faded, and the question returned: what is the meaning? Perhaps you recognize this subtle longing, the sense that something deeper should be found, that life must contain a clear, defining purpose. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how this breath does not ask why it exists. It simply exists. Rowan believed meaning was something to discover, like a hidden object buried beneath layers of distraction. If he searched long enough, learned enough, analyzed enough, he would uncover it. But over time, his search became exhausting. He compared his life to others who seemed certain of their calling, certain of their path, certain of their purpose. And his uncertainty began to feel like failure. One evening, after returning from yet another workshop promising clarity, he sat alone in his apartment. The room was quiet. No grand revelation had occurred, no dramatic insight, just the familiar hum of doubt. He stared at his hands. They rested loosely in his lap. He noticed the small lines across his skin, the faint movement of his breath. the steady rhythm of his heart. Meaning did not announce itself. It did not arrive with applause. It did not glow dramatically. It remained elusive because he was looking for something extraordinary. In the next part of his story, Rowan will encounter an unexpected moment that shifts his understanding completely, not through brilliance, but through simplicity. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to solve the meaning of life tonight. Just breathe. A few days later, Rowan visited a small community center near his apartment. Not for a lecture, not for a seminar, just to volunteer. He had signed up casually, without expectation. The task was simple: helping organize donated books. No philosophical discussion, no grand insight, just lifting boxes, sorting titles, placing them on shelves. At first, his mind wandered as it always did. Is this meaningful? Is this what I meant to do? But gradually, as he continued stacking books one by one, something subtle shifted. He stopped evaluating the experience. He simply did it. His hands moved. His breath flowed steadily. The repetitive motion quieted his thoughts. A child approached him hesitantly, holding a book upside down. "Can you help me find one about animals?" the child asked. Rowan smiled softly. They searched together. When they found one filled with bright pictures, the child's face lit up. A simple smile. Unfiltered joy. Nothing dramatic. No cosmic revelation. But something in Rowan's chest warmed gently. Not excitement, not achievement, just connection. Later that evening, walking home, he reflected on the day. He had not discovered a grand purpose. He had not solved the mystery of existence. He had simply participated. And in participating, he had felt present. He realized something quietly transformative. He had been searching for meaning as if it were a destination, a final answer, a singular calling. But perhaps meaning is not something found once and for all. Perhaps it is something created moment by moment, in attention, in care, in presence. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are waiting for life to reveal a big answer before allowing yourself peace. Notice how the mind wants something extraordinary. But the breath is ordinary, and yet it sustains you. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Rowan began noticing small things he had previously overlooked. The warmth of sunlight on his face during a morning walk, the comfort of a quiet meal, the steady presence of a friend listening. None of these announced themselves as meaningful, but when he paid attention, they felt full. He had mistaken meaning for magnitude. He believed purpose had to be dramatic, life-changing, clearly defined. But meaning, he was beginning to see, might be quiet, subtle, present in the act of showing up fully. In the next part of his story, Rowan will let go of the search entirely, and in that release, discover that meaning was never missing. For now, let your body sink deeper. There is nothing you must find tonight. Just this breath. Just this moment. Over the following weeks, Rowan stopped searching so aggressively. He did not abandon curiosity. He did not reject philosophy or reflection, but he loosened his grip on the question. Instead of asking constantly, "What is the meaning of my life?" he began asking something simpler. What is here, right now? When he drank his morning tea, he noticed the warmth in his hands. When he walked to work, he noticed the rhythm of his steps. When he spoke with someone, he listened fully instead of mentally evaluating the significance of the interaction. Life began to feel less like a puzzle to solve and more like a process to experience. One afternoon, he found himself sitting on a bench in a quiet park. There was nothing remarkable about the day. No breakthrough. No revelation. Just wind moving through trees. Birds landing briefly before flying off again. The steady rise and fall of his breath. For the first time in a long while, he was not searching. He was not measuring his life against some invisible standard of purpose. He was simply there. And in that simple presence, something shifted. The question, "What is the meaning?" did not disappear. It softened. It no longer demanded an urgent answer. It became spacious. He realized something deeply freeing. Meaning is not a treasure buried in the future. It is not a single career choice, not a title, not a grand mission. Meaning grows wherever attention rests. When he helped the child find a book, that was meaning. When he listened to a friend with patience, that was meaning. When he breathed consciously in the park, that too was meaning. Life did not require dramatic clarity. It required participation. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are waiting for life to prove itself meaningful before you allow yourself peace. Notice if you believe you must find a big answer before you can rest. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. Meaning does not shout, it whispers. It appears in small moments, fully lived. Rowan stopped chasing extraordinary experiences to feel complete. He began tending to ordinary ones. And in doing so, the quiet dissatisfaction he had carried for years began to dissolve. Not because he solved life, but because he stopped demanding that life justify itself. He understood now that searching had kept him distant. Presence brought him home. Tonight, you do not need to solve the purpose of your existence. You do not need a grand revelation. You are breathing. You are aware. You are alive in this moment, and that is enough. Let your body grow heavy. Let your thoughts slow. There is no meaning you must uncover before sleep. Only this gentle rhythm. Inhale, exhale. We now move softly into our closing. Let your mind settle like dust in still air. Now, the night has grown deeper. The stories have unfolded gently, one by one. The sculptor who stopped carving at himself. The runner who learned that slowing down does not mean falling behind. The woman who softened her inner critic with kindness. The man who released his demand for guarantees. The woman who stopped trying to tear pages from her past. The seeker who discovered that meaning lives in simple presence. Each of them believed at some point that struggle was necessary. That pressure created safety. That control created peace. That self-criticism created growth. But slowly, quietly, they discovered something else. Struggle is not strength. Gentleness is. Peace does not arrive when everything is perfected. It arrives when resistance softens. Tonight, you do not need to fight yourself, not your thoughts, not your past, not your uncertainty, not your unfinished questions. Let your body rest exactly as it is. Feel the weight of your head supported. Feel your shoulders drop. Let your jaw loosen. Let your hands relax. Take one slow, deep breath in and release it fully. Notice how the exhale feels like letting go. You are not required to solve anything in the dark. You are not required to become better before you sleep. You are not required to fix who you are. The mind may still move gently. That is natural. Let thoughts drift like distant sounds. There is nothing you need to chase, nothing you need to correct. If an old regret appears, let it rest. If doubt whispers, let it soften. If uncertainty lingers, let it be. You are not incomplete. You are evolving. And evolution does not demand tension. Imagine now that all the inner battles you've been fighting begin to quiet. The sculptor sets down his chisel. The runner eases into a steady rhythm. The critic lowers her voice. The man releases his demand for guarantees. The torn pages remain whole. The seeker sits in simple presence. And you lie here, breathing. Nothing to prove, nothing to defend, nothing to perfect, just this breath. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Let your body grow heavier with each breath. Let your mind soften with each exhale. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to be uncertain. You are allowed to be human. And you are allowed to rest. The struggle can wait. The questions can wait. Tomorrow can wait. Tonight, there is only softness, only quiet, only this steady rhythm of breath guiding you gently into sleep. Good night. Rest deeply and let gentleness carry you into peaceful dreams.